por aquí, así.
Efectivamente. Vale.
Ahora he pasado a mí.
Sí, pero
Vale.
¿has visto cómo estaba descentrada la cámara?
¿Por qué está descentrada la cámara?
No lo sé. Es posible que
Por la ventana no está bien dimensionada.
Exacto, la ventana tiene una dimensión más
Ok,
pequeña.
gracias, Juan. Vale, es que aquí quiero poner el Active Speaker, al menos durante lo que va a ser. Le voy a poner con un marco negro y así no me la juego, ¿no? Creo yo que. No, queda más chulo entero, ¿no? Estoy en ello.
Es que como bueno, por lo menos mi interfaz de esto es negra.
Vale.
O oscura.
Vale, entonces aquí. No, no. Vale, ahora. Vaya.
¿Tienes los altavoces de ese ordenador encendidos?
Llegué. Bien. Soy muy experto en Teams, ¿eh? Utilizo más el otro, pero aquí la pantalla más
A ver, lo que se espera de mí, Débora, es
Ok, perfecto, Juan.
Thank you, Deborah. Can you all hear me properly? Yeah?
Yeah.
Hopefully you do. Yeah. Well, first of all, welcome everybody to the Higher Technical School of Architecture of the Polytechnic University of Valencia in Spain, which is much known by its shorter name, the Valencia School of Architecture. And this is a virtual meeting, but well, hopefully in the future we will be able to welcome all of you here physically. When Deborah mentioned to us here in the school the participation of our institution in this project with her working on behalf of us, it was very nice to me to hear this, because whenever the word Bauhaus is something very powerful, and it makes you think about the history of architecture. And in recent times, especially in the 19th and the 20th century, those movements and those professionals that have been very meaningful in terms of architecture of the 20th century are many times related to Northern European countries or Central European countries. So it's very nice to see that the Southern European countries and other countries in this area are taking a step ahead to show our way, because we should be proud of our culture, and we have very, very much to supply to the world in terms of knowledge and in terms of architecture. And regarding the specific topic, which is going to talk today, I especially like it as well. Kilometer Zero is something that is very important because we have no planet B. And I always put the same simile, which is we're smoking inside a car with the windows rolled up. And we are discussing if we stop smoking or not. And, you know, this is quite an obvious example, but this is the one I like to pose to my students when they decide to take into consideration or to disregard sustainability questions. So I especially like this event related to Kilometer Zero happening here in Valencia because we have been traditionally a productive territory. And our architecture, it happens almost everywhere in the world, has been traditionally supported by the local materials and the local techniques. And this is something that was forgotten by the architecture of the 20th century, in the beginning of the 21st century, and it's something that should be recovered in many aspects. Because of our clay soil, we have here a very good amount of counties whose main industries is devoted to the production of ceramics, either for bricks or for coverings. And one of the keynote speakers that we have today, Hugo Monpont, which is a quite nice old fellow of the school, is gonna tell us about this. So thank you very much to you all for undertaking this challenge. Thank you very much for including the School of Valencia in the group. Deborah, thank you very much for contributing with your work and with your commitment to these tasks. And I'm going to stay with you for the whole session. So I do wish to learn a lot from all of you and to contribute as much as possible. That's it from my side. Deborah, thank you.
Thank you, Ivan. I realized that in fact I was mute on the YouTube channel while I was first providing some technical instructions. I will not repeat them, but let me summarize. In fact, we are on Teams. For those who are participants, you are free to use the chat to communicate or share your screen. And of course, we are at the same time on a YouTube channel streaming, and you also have a chat open there for participation. So I will be in charge of transmitting your questions or your comments to the speakers. That's all. Thank you very much, Ivan, for your welcome words, and also thank you very much for staying with us the whole session. I know that 4 hours ahead, it's a long time, but we really appreciate your availability. And now it's
just one small quote, Deborah.
Yes.
I'm working with two screens. After my intervention, it's much more comfortable to me to see you here. But please do not think that I'm not paying attention to you. It's that the biggest screen is here. That's it.
Okay. So now, as I was saying, it's Teresa's turn, and it's because we are already in our 6th event organized by the New European Bauhaus Goes South, and that the group is becoming, I would say, like bigger and bigger, and we change our audience in each of the events. I thought that it would be perhaps helpful to have Teresa explaining us what an overview on the group, and what was the idea, and what were the objectives that came up to launch this initiative. So, Teresa, I am going to switch to your screen. Hopefully I will do it better than before, and thank you very much for being here with us.
Thank you, Deborah. Good afternoon to everyone. Dear Professor Ivan Cabrera Fausto, dear Professor Deborah Domingo Calabuig, our friend and our direct contact in Valencia, who made this initiative possible today. Thanks for inviting me to join you in these welcome notes. It's an immense pleasure to be here. Dear students, colleagues, and dear participants, NEB Goes South is a pan-European platform created to broaden and enhance international debate on co-designing sustainable solutions. It is jointly organized by the Faculty of Architecture of the University of Porto, the Valencia School of Architecture, the Toulouse School of Architecture, the Department of Architecture Alma Mater Studiorum of the University of Bologna, the Faculty of Architecture of the University of Zagreb, and the School of Architecture of the National Technical University of Athens. Together, acknowledging a common geographical and cultural legacy, 6 schools of architecture from 6 universities of 6 different countries hope to introduce a step forward by combining the efforts of students, teachers, architects, designers, engineers, geographers, sociologists, and other scientists and artists with the ideas of everybody concerned to create a southern perspective for new European Bauhaus goals to contribute to a climate-neutral Europe by 2050. Considering the critical role of higher education and research institutions, we believe that efforts need to be taken to promote inclusive participation and to organize and disseminate results. So, like Deborah was saying, besides the kickoff event that took place last June, this is the 5th or the 6th event of the NEB Goes South platform, this time coordinated and broadcasted from Valencia, aiming at discussing Kilometer Zero architecture under the light of New European Bauhaus. So 4 events already took place. The first one, designing with landscape in Athens. The second one, the question of housing. And the fourth, the meiotics of the city in Bologna. One more event will follow in Toulouse under the topic Geo-Biosource Architecture that will take place in January. After this monthly event, NEB Goes South will conclude the first phase of the program already announced, a set of architectural design workshops or blended intensive programs happening simultaneously in our 6 countries and putting together students and teachers from our 6 architectural schools. This, then after these workshops, it will be time to do a status report or the state of the art and make available new publications that summarize the discussions held and conclusions reached during these months of intensive work. Since education is our common goal, we believe that creative solutions must be available to everyone and are crucial to change mindsets and make citizens aware of the key issues of our time. So we believe we are addressing key issues of our time. We are learning, and we hope to keep on learning how to co-design and build a more sustainable, inclusive, and beautiful environment, recognizing the decisive role of education in necessary change. So today the topic is Kilometer Zero architecture. The Kilometer Zero architecture is a concept that, within the possibilities offered by the market and the environment, tries to solve material needs by going first to resources found in the soil itself, and as a second option to companies as close as possible to having an environment duly certified friendly for all. This reduces the ecological footprint by reducing the amount of fuel needed to move materials. In addition, it promotes local development and uses techniques and materials traditionally used in the place where the building is located. I'm sure the impact of innovative and sustainable on valorization of cultural and material resources of territories will be addressed along with the idea of sustainable buildings following efficient vernacular principles, among many other ideas. So I'm sure we will all learn a lot today. I wish us all a fruitful afternoon. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Teresa. Thank you for the overview on the group, and thank you also for introducing a little bit the topic of today's discussion. I just would like to add how do we came up with this idea a little bit in our first meetings during the month of September, and we were reflecting about the initiative New European Bauhaus in general and how to make it locally in a global consideration. So with this famous a statement, beautiful, sustainable, together, we thought that how it was our responsibility to try to transfer this local acting to the schools of architecture, and of course this idea of the circular economy came up, and because the concept of kilometer zero is being more and more relevant, we wanted to focus during a whole event on it and try to have a conceptual definition. I guess that, as in many other countries in Europe, the concept of kilometer zero has come together with the slow food movement. So first time in my case, first time I heard about it, it was like restaurants that wanted to promote local food, the recovery of local cuisine, and were committed to the economic regeneration of their locations and then generating new business opportunities. But some recent studies have used this term in the field of landscape design, urban planning, and architecture, and thus making a conceptual leap that could take the philosophy of kilometer zero to all creative scale. And this conceptual leap is what we want to unveil today by opening up the discussion to different dimensions. So on the agenda, we have 2 blocks to address this afternoon. The one is composed of 2 lectures that will be showing up the conceptual definition of kilometer zero, but also some study cases. And the second part of the afternoon will consist of a collaborative workshop in which we will be actively discussing and sharing different points of view. So I will not extend much more. We are very on time, I think. And I would like to ask you to stay tuned, to encourage you to participate. And I will start the agenda by introducing our first keynote speaker, named Javier Rivera Linares. So Javier Rivera Linares is a PhD architect by the Universitat Politécnica de Valencia. Currently, he is teaching architecture at CEU Cardenal Herrera University, both in bachelor and master's degree. He has been invited lecturer and jury member at different universities. He is author, together with Enric Valle, of the book Kilometer Zero, Merging Public Space and Landscape, published in 2020. So he's also a membership in the editorial team of the Paisea magazine, international landscape magazine, that has been published from 2006 to 2019. And in the professional field, he began his work activity as co-founder of the firm RCR Arquitectes, and where he developed both building and public spaces. He is currently a co-founding partner of La Paisageria Collective since 2017, developing awareness-raising work on landscape, public space, and citizen participation. His work has been recognized with different awards and published in various specialized media. And I am switching to his channel so we can broadcast him. And Javier, thank you very much for being here. The floor is yours. I have not checked with you how you can share your screen and watching you at the same time and your shared screen, but I guess I will manage. I don't know. Go ahead. Thanks.
We will see. Okay. Thank you very much. So I would like to start again thanking the New European Bauhaus, especially as Ivan said, for this initiative of Going South, to giving an opportunity to show these particular approaches from our own culture, identity, landscapes, where I think it's really, really interesting. Also, the organization of the event, it's Universitat Politécnica de Valencia. and especially for inviting me to share this research or this lecture with all of you. I'm going to try to switch to the presentation and see if it works. Okay. Yes, please. Yes, for sure. Okay. So thank you very much. So as I was saying, the special thanks. I totally agree with the presentation that all, Teresa and Deborah did, no, about what is much more the approach of the Kilometer Zero in terms of much more philosophical, no, or how we can think about this topic in a very different ways. And this approach, as Deborah introduced, has to do a lot about my research together with Enric Valle in this book, Kilometer Zero, Merging Public Space and Nature, because it's about this concept of how we could develop these spaces that are in the limit, no, that are especially between these two nowadays, I will say, different worlds, no, and how we could bring them together in a Kilometer Zero spaces, no, the ones that we have next to us in proximity, and that will be like this idea of the Kilometer Zero, no, what is Kilometer Zero in this case? So it's much more about a place, no, not only about the materials, not only about the elements that make them possible, but much more about the landscape, no, the space that we've got around us, and has to do with this defense of the city as a place to be, no, or to live, probably more different or completely different of the ones that we already or right now we've got, but as a concept, as a defense of the city concept, no. Also about the defense of the public space, of this common space where we live together, where we find each other. So it's a kind of kilometer zero in this way, and also a kilometer zero in terms of a metropolitan scale, no, of these two worlds that need to merge in a very different way, and we would like to live in this kilometer zero, no, where these actual merging spaces become a place by its own, no, and they are linked between all of them. So it's why this is zero, no, is you have the next one next to it, the zero, the one, the two. So it's this idea of living in one that is connected and merging between city and countryside or nature. We also started with this kind of decalogue, no, this idea of how this kilometer zero could be, starting to talk about many things that have been already introduced. So I will say that is a way of understanding this philosophy, no? Not only a physical place, but it's an exaltation of proximity, that we really need this type of places in the nearby from our living areas or working areas or leisure areas. Also has to do with this review or looking back to the geographical places to make them bring them back to the public space. As Deborah was saying in the introduction, encourage the slow completely. No, the opposite of this fast living or fast food has to do with this slow living and slow eating and all the slow in terms of having leisure in living. Also, as a complexity matrix, no, or network that is heterogeneous, and all these kilometer zero spaces work together, but in different timing. As I was saying, with the zero, it's a beginning, no? A beginning point that it is definitely a change that needs to start, and probably this kilometer zero could be one of these changing points. It could be a solution to overcome these borders that we actually have as this big infrastructure, as barriers in our city. So it could be this element that solving them as a connecting point could be this solution for these barriers. It's also inclusive, or looks for inclusive public space, talks about connectivity, as we will see, of course, promotes biodiversity, even productivity, with this link with the agriculture or food idea that Ivan was talking at the presentation. And definitely it's both. No, it could be both public space and at the same time nature. But unfortunately, as I was saying, right now we don't have exactly this idea. No, this kilometer zero is much more just an element to sign up where the roads start, no? For these other users that are the vehicles, the private vehicles mostly, and the public space is much more designed as a rest, no? And although we can see this natural, it's always on the other side, sorry, of the road, no? So we cannot even arrive to it. And this research starts with these really nice photos. Illustrating the speech, no, following the ideas that shows this loss of opportunity of kilometer zero, no, that shows this non-quality public space, and as Jane Jacobs stated, the quality of the city comes from the quality of the streets, no, and if we cannot find those, probably we are losing the opportunity of this. Quality in the public space. So this sorry, there's a jump there. Yes. So these urban banal spaces, like Muñoz established, no, joining these two words, that probably they could be from anywhere instead of this kilometer zero idea that we were searching for, no, trying to create spaces that have to do with for who we are. No? And then this continuity, this that I was saying before, that this public space, it's all the time cut up, no? Or is this link to one to the other. No? So probably these barriers are working in this way in terms of the actual public space that in most of the cases we have or we used to have. The other wall, or the other part of the playing board, that it will be this nature, not the countryside. We think it at this faraway paradise that is completely out of the city, no, and with on the other part of the barriers of the infrastructures, and we need to go there in terms of having this breathe, this nature feeling. So these two completely separate worlds that actually we've got, and now illustrated with these color texture photos of the, again, late 80s, 90s from Xavier Rivas. I think they are really good examples where we could try to find paradise even beyond this infrastructure, no? In these elements that are places where we need to link, and especially with this pandemic situation, we have all felt, no, that we needed this nature, this connection with the greenery. So this physical separation between a countryside and city also links to this idea of the city as the gray, polluted, dense concept, while in the other side, no, far away, we could have this greenery, these open spaces, this health, this nature. And it's a pity, no, because probably we need to try to make these elements link in another very different way, no? Try to make this public space give them quality in a very different way, no? But at the same time, these new ways of cities development, no, this periphery, probably as Sola Morales quoted with this terrain bag could be these spaces for opportunity. No, this is scenarios for develop these kilometer zero ideas that I'm trying to introduce. No, that could be this limit, and now with these photos of Sergio Belinchon, that they are at the same time scaring but also attractive, talks about this other concept that could be developed there, no, with this expansion of nature or this linking in a very different way. So with these perceptions of the two worlds and the opportunity of the scenarios, I jump to the next part of the lecture or the speech, and there's where we could start to introduce this kilometer zero idea with this merging, no, public space and nature, and all this part of the lecture is going to be illustrated or reflected by these landscape architecture projects, all developed here in Spain, that I think they work very well in terms of trying to introduce what I would like to explain of the kilometer zero idea. Like, for example, with this Valle Trenzado in Elche from the Grupo Aranea, no, that merge these two spaces with a whole space that would be a kilometer zero. The whole concept of the merging, it's structured in four ideas, I will say, that show what we could look for in terms of this kilometer zero in the scale of the metropolis, no, or the scale between countryside and city. The first one will be this flowing through the metropolis, but flowing not for the private vehicles, no, much more for the pedestrians, other speeds, mobility, sustainable ones, no, that need to jump through these barriers, through these walls, and become a continued space, no, a permeable space, as David McKean talked about with this ville passant, no, where we need to find these spaces, these kilometer zero areas, to try to link them and join them. That takes me back to the 1980s, 1990s, where Alberto García Espuche, as a curator of this exhibition, quoted this idea of the reconquest of Europe, where through all Europe, several spaces were reconquest, no, from the car, from the private car, and become public space for users again. No? So that will be a very, very interesting starting point. And this reconquest, happily, no, or we are happy to think that it's still going. No? And this reconquest, we are still bringing back these spaces for people, for neighbors, for users, instead of for cars, no? Like in this new urbanization from David Closes in Manresa. That has to do also with the pandemic situation, the trying to quickly find new spaces for pedestrians, for social encounters, to giving space back to people, no? And a good example of that could be the Poblenou superblock, the Superilles in Barcelona, that is still going with this tactical urbanism, trying to quickly and cheaply bring back space for pedestrians, or also here in Valencia with this project of the Plaza Ayuntamiento, with, again, this concept of bringing back people to a place that they never had, they will probably need never lost. No. Also, in this flowing through the city, an important factor will be the accessible idea. No, like in this lift connection in the Paseo del Óvalo from David Chipperfield, where the connection is guaranteed for everybody. No, and I think in this inclusive way of thinking of the kilometer zero is also important. As I was saying, thinking of other type of connections, pedestrian, slow speed, new mobility, sustainable, no, where we need to merge the different spaces for these other users, no, for these other ways of moving around the whole metropolis, not only thinking of this quick speed, private way of doing it. So that would be another way of linking kilometer zeros, no, as a new kilometer zero space. Or this idea of trying to find as much space as possible, even through the roof of some buildings, like in this Pastepot in Barcelona, where all spaces that can bring into this new network of flowing through the city could be really a welcome area to try to promote this flow of people, flow of water, flow of energy, or flow of other species given these reserve spaces for them. No? And that links very well for the next concept that will be bringing back biodiversity, no? Working as a network that needs to give the opportunity to bring back to the city in this case. So we need to learn a lot about the countryside and rethink about these ideas to bring them back to the city. No? And this is definitely one of them, no? Creating this complexity of elements that could provide the enrichedness of the biodiversity. We are, I would say, monoculture, no, single crop farming development in all aspects, not only in terms of greenery, in terms of culture. We are becoming mono or single crop users, no. So we need to make this complexity and make the biodiversity growing back to the cities, and that is making possible different, I would say, any chance we've got to bring back greenery, you know, because they will go working in this system as this stepping stone, no, like these military points that Richard Foreman established, that could be just a helpful area where these other species could develop, no. So this, I would say, it's a must, no. Also, as I was saying, going back to this existing geography and bring them back to their own sense, no, and creating, for example, floatable intermediate spaces, no, like today now we've got this big problem of floods going around just today. So we need these intermediate spaces based on the geographical resources to become these filters between nature and cities, like in these riverbed banks in the Gallego River in Zuera. Also, bringing back again to the cities, to the towns, the irrigation systems, the collecting water resources. So we need to see them, we need to learn from them, and then they will be important again for us in terms of being part of the system and being part of this biodiversity network that we need to establish. No, all the opportunities, as I was saying, riverbeds that they were actually polluted, bring them back, make them useful. So all these areas are working or could work as this kilometer zero now that we have next to our living areas. No? And especially with this idea of renaturalization, no? Bringing back the greenery, all types of greenery, that will be our major fight point for the climate change that we are producing. So I will say that is really important, creating these fresh points to establish a new barrier. No? That, especially again with the pandemic, this loss of biodiversity is creating this poorness, no? And we need to enrich these other types of spaces all around. And also has to do with all scales. So this kilometer zero idea works for a big, large parks like this one in Santander, in Bagua de las Llamas, but also intermediate small areas in the cities, even going back to the private areas, the rooftop, no, where we can have greenery, our balconies inside our houses. So they need to work in this type of complete network. The third point will be a little turn on that and going back to the most clear idea of the kilometer zero, no? That is this productive way of approach, and has to do with these productive cities, no? That work in a very good way in terms of, again, learning from the countryside and bring them into the cities. No? We can create productive public space, not only linking with the ones that we've got in our surroundings of cities and towns, that like in this project from the recovery of the irrigation system, that at the same time becomes a public space. So it's a mixture between both of them, but also creating these social areas, these connecting points, these urban gardens that are going to become part of the farming the city. We need to eat our cities. It's going to be a very important source of relating both areas, but at the same time, linking to the seasons. We plant what we can because we are related to our climate condition. We create landscape that has to do with us, that we eat finally. So it's this type of cultivating the landscape and eating the landscape in the same way. Also, not only for us, it could be a way of managing all this landscape, all these new areas, bringing up other species again. So very link these two concepts together, biodiversity, greenery, productivity, like in this park in Finistrelles, where the managers of the park are these, or part of them is these ships. So it's all connected in this system very interestingly. Also, as we know, the productive areas could become a filter, an intermediate land between the actual natural parks and the cities, and bringing them in. It's a very good example of creating this new intermediate landscape as filters, like in this wonderful example of how this landfill was recovered into a new public space, but also a productive one in terms of agriculture. Also, bringing a little bit further this concept of productivity, we can think of other types of production, like energy, for example, sustainable way. Why not our public spaces could become producers of this energy, And then again, we are talking about productive. We are going to talking about these kilometer zero spaces that become productive in a new way, like in this photovoltaic roof that serves the same market that is selling things. So it is a joining element between all of the concepts. And finally, or to end, I would like to end with this concept of the micro, of the small scale. Although I was saying that all of them are related, or we need all of them working in network. Probably this kilometer zero idea has this scale concept of a small one, because if we are able to solve a small, tiny place, probably we are merging, or we are giving this connection, this flow in a very bigger scale. So as Deborah was saying in the introduction, probably this thinking micro or acting micro helps very much to this working in macro, or thinking in macro. Like in this really interesting example that I'm showing screen, that is this self-managed playground, that the license was asked for an actual container for demolishing, our work. So they asked for this license, and when they actually had the license, what they placed there was, instead of the container for works, was this playground, and it was a kind of asking, it's a micro as a symptom in terms of the neighbors, what they want is a playground, but they don't have the space, the money. Also these micro elements that showing a new way that could become. So this micro in terms of power to it as a claim for what we want. A micro element also could be this insect hotel, for example, where we think in another species again, so linking with the biodiversity idea. These micro elements that show that we could manage the elements in a very different way. We need to think about many other species. Also, in a quite abundant plot, if we establish a kind of element, where we provide an opportunity, no? This kilometer zero idea as opportunity, where then the neighbors or the users can become part of this kilometer zero idea and start something that probably gives this social area a new character, no? Or as just as a final example of, for example, this concept of the parking day that is developing in many countries, no, could be a really good example of this micro thinking of how things could be different, no, in terms of what we want, the neighbors, what we need, and then provided a solution for what they are thinking about the nearby spaces. So in this idyllic point of view, no, of the kilometer zero, probably this could be part of the answer of how we could manage in terms of linking these two spaces that are really important for us, and it's this type of idea where living in this limit, no, in these new points, in this kilometer zero, could be this going back to paradise, but to the nearby paradise, no? And then probably with this idea of the kilometer zero, we could start to bring in the presentation a new way of living. And I think that that's how what I wanted to introduce with this idea of kilometer zero. So thank you very much. I would like to stop sharing now.
I think I was mute on YouTube once again. I always forget to switch on my microphone, but I think it's solved. So I was saying that I'm introducing Hugo Monpó from the School of Architecture of Valencia. His studio is based in Valencia and Mannheim, and working on public and public projects, mainly in the sector of housing, public facilities, and interior design. His professional experience has also been developed within many national and international studios with a continuous participation in multidisciplinary teams. Research in the field of architecture and design completes his education as an architect, and currently he's working on his PhD thesis of the Architectural Project Department in Valencia when he obtained an architectural fellowship and completed the research work at the Bauhaus Archive in Berlin. His work is widely published in several specialized magazines and publications, and he has been recognized with awards such as the Colegio de Arquitectes. It's our regional Office of Architects Prize for the Bullet Sicklery project, and another prize by the same institution for his house in Vetra, selected also for the prestigious and well-known here in Spain SFAD Awards, and finalist of the Spanish Biennial of Architecture and Urbanism. Thank you, Hugo, for being here today. Thank you for being available, and the floor is yours. Just after I switch to you on the screen, so let's try to do it. Here we go. And here, yes, you are on the screen. So.
So hello, should I share my screen right now?
Yes, and I should be able also to link it to the broadcasting system to see if it's possible. So where are you with your, the problem is that it takes a little bit to get switch it. So what happens? Yeah, it's not okay. It also happened with okay. We cannot see your shared screen on YouTube, although we see it on the Teams. Just please give me 30 seconds so I can fix the problem. Yes, I think it's possible now. No, why? Why it's not possible? Oh, each time is the same. Okay. Yes, I did it.
So, Deborah, did you see my?
No,
my...
it's me. I'm suffering, but okay,
right.
I did it. We can see your screen on the YouTube. Not as nice as I would love to, but but I'm fixing it. Let's see if I can manage with that. Why? No, it's. Okay. We cannot see you, Hugo, although we can see your screen right now. So I'm sorry. I will look for your image and I will try to add it. So please, Hugo, go ahead. Thank you very much for being there. Yes. 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 Let me see.
Made with local materials and with very few resources. So this is not the house I'm going to talk about. I wish it was But that's a magnificent house made by artist Constantinidis. The house in Anavissos represents exactly what the house wanted to be. So there is a house that belongs to the place that seems somehow timeless and certainly made by local people and local materials. And above all, that represents for me a great example of what a Mediterranean house should be. So now we are in Valencia, still in the Mediterranean, and we were commissioned to build a house for our clients. They were a couple with 2 children. And we are here. Do you see my mouse right now, Deborah? Or?
Yes, we can. Sorry, I was mute. Sorry. Sorry, I was mute. Yes, we can see your slides. We can hear you.
Super. Okay, perfect. So we are here in Bétera, and Bétera is a small town close to Valencia. We used to say there is a place between the mountains to the north and the sea, the Mediterranean Sea, to the east. Here's our plot, and as the house in Anavissos, the house in Bétera comes up as a response to the place where it is located. So all the materials, all the constructive solutions that we used were those that have always been there. So we didn't actually invent anything here. I think it's better this picture here. When we got there, we discovered, we saw that the surroundings of our place had no special interest. But when we leveled the plot, because the plot was a little bit down, we got the street level, and we discover how beautiful those views to the mountains, to the Sierra Calderona were. And that was a clue for our project also. So what we did was we placed the house to the north of the plot, looking the mountains, and we so this is north here, and we blinded the house. We didn't anything here to the street, and we gave the complete open space to the south, to the sunny side, where we located the pool, this here, and that small storage unit, and the porch as a transition and the interior. So the plot was around 500 square meters, and we were allowed to build a minimum of 125 that we use entirely for the house. And as I said, so the house is resolved with very few elements, but achieving an optimal climatic comfort, doing almost nothing. So in the interior, we see those 8 elements, equal spaces, divide with those sliding panels that connect. They are connecting also the spaces with each other, and creating a flexible, continuous and horizontal space in the interior. We will see after the pictures. So the house, this is important because the house solved a program. I mean, a kitchen and bathrooms, living room, and so on. But this program can be modified by any action. So cross ventilation was very important for us, especially in summer. We have it in all directions, and we use also a radiant floor in winter, but we can also use it in summer for cooling if necessary. So they are both facades, the southern one with the porch, and here I didn't see myself, but anyway.
It's because it's because okay. Your camera seems to be turned off. So I am only streaming your slides. If you want to appear, and I think it's no, together with those slides, I can. You need to switch on your camera, and then I will put your image together on the screen. But as you want, feel free.
There's no problem. We try.
Okay.
So those are, as I said, both facades. The southern one with the porch, and here and the northern facing the mountains. So I said before, local materials and local solutions. This is a traditional Mediterranean porch made with cañizo. We said this, I think it's reed, so we say cañizo anyway. And we used a similar solution for our porch, but in this case we used those wooden blinds called persianas alicantinas, very popular in our region. And in summer they protect us from the sun, and also for the visuals in this direction. And we can also in winter we can roll up them, and we achieve so we get the sun entering the house. This is also very important in winter days. So this is an image of a traditional Japanese house that tell us what we wanted to achieve in the interior. Not only because those sliding doors or those flexibility of these spaces, they are also very important, but also because of the this interior atmosphere, shadow than in light. That is also very important. And a picture by Mariela Poloni is our photographer for that project. But those pictures, those images, sometimes looks brighter than actually is. So it's more in shadows. So, and I have entitled this talk "The Whole for a Part," because that is exactly what the house is. So through a very small part of the house, repeated many times, we can create the architecture that to realize. So this piece was the brick that we use to build the walls, and also was the piece made of terracotta piece that we use for the pavement. So those were entire pieces. We didn't cut any of them, and that was really very important because they generated zero waste material at the construction phase. Saves. We got also saves in terms of fuel, transport, logistics, and so on. That's the floor of the house with all those ceramic pieces, and we see that those ceramic pieces originate this powerful volume that enclose this interior, very, very flexible here, as we explained before. So on the inside, we are between two planes. The first one is the pavement with terracotta tiles, and the second one is this ceiling, this heavy, thick plane, also ceramic, that seems to float above us. And in between, we see that white painted area. That is actually the area where we live, and that keeps us giving us a properly scale of the space. So we have some also the materials. It is a house made with very few materials. I mean, so mainly it was ceramic. One of the materials that we can easily find nearby. And as you might know, Valencia, and as Ivan said before, we have a long tradition in ceramics, and we use them. And we use also wood for the storage units, those roller blinds, the sliding doors, and the windows. So I would like to point out how important for us in this project was the idea of craft-made. I mean, we wanted to highlight the value of technique instead of technology. That was really, really important. And that is an example of the manufacturing process of the ceramic pieces made by a small company located, I think, 15 or 20 kilometers far away from the plant. So there are more pictures of the interior. They are actually the pieces here. Do you see it here? Those are this one here, actually. Bathroom, window, shutters, kitchen area. That is the space that they use as a living room, but could be any of them. They choose this one here with the sliding doors. And here we see the entire space with these horizontal views and the volumes, the 8 equal spaces. Here's also a picture for the exterior with the porch, pool, and so on. So this is one of Owen's drawing plan that I like the most. This is made by our structural engineer, and I like it because this plan indicates exactly how the house was built. So this is actually the plan that the worker had on the construction site to place each ceramic piece. And how important was also the value of the detail and the precision in construction, because what was not easy to fit each piece exactly in this position, but that was very important. So we see here details and the each piece in this joint, and that was a little bit crazy, but has worked. So the entire process of the project took us a very long time until we reached the solution. We started with having 2 floors in this option, and we got there here with 1 level with the basement, and finally we resolved all in 1 floor. And that filtering process was very important also to reach the final solution. And as I said, with time was really amazing. But those are the material tests for the of the first time. So here we see the valves, the ceramic pieces, the bricks, and so on. So, Deborah, is all right, everything, or?
Sorry, yes.
It's okay, I didn't see myself. So
it's because your camera is switched off. Okay.
I know, but it's
we are enjoying very much your images.
Okay, perfect. Okay. So I'm going a little faster with some photos of the building process, and so we see here the building foundations to reach, as I said, this street level. And we see here the frames for the windows We place the frames here, and as we said, as I said, looking forward to the mountains. The beams that we place here between the walls. So we see the vaults in between. Some pictures of the interior where we start to see those volumes, the flexibility, the continuity of the space through the whole interior. The wall here, and also here the porch, and all the pieces that we used here. From the interior towards the pool. And the laying process of the terracotta tiles, that was really a very accurate and work, I would say. Those windows shutters made of wood, and that steel frame, very cheap also. Some tests of the joints between the pavement, the terracotta tiles here, also here, and the beginning of the wall of the that storage unit of the outside. And here's the wall here, and he is our hero actually, and he with his teammate were able to build a house piece by piece. Was really crazy, really amazing. More tests for the color and the veneer, the kitchen also, storage. Those wooden roller blinds at the outside, and they were 3 meters high. I wanted to do in one piece, but they were really heavy, so we had to separate them, this and this, in 2 pieces. That's an image days before finishing the works. Those rush hour, everyone was there, and that one was later after work. So I'm finishing right now. I would like to end with a quote from Aulis Blomstedt, and I'm reading it, that says, "The capacity to imagine situations of life is a more important talent for an architect than the gift of fantasizing space. And we believe that there is nothing more rewarding than seeing life within built architecture." And that's all. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Thank you very much, Hugo. It was really nice to see these images and this wonderful house. Because you stopped sharing your screen, I will try to switch. Would you mind opening your camera, also Javier, so we can have a, thank you, so we can have, yes. We can have a conversation. I mean, we can perhaps have some questions from the audience, or let's see how I manage this. Here it is, and I don't know if Javier is here with us.
Yeah.
Are you? Yes, the problem is that, well, it's a completely messy situation on the YouTube channel, as always. Let's see how I do that. Okay. So, let's see, I don't know how to switch from one to the other. Okay, now I have at least both of you, the two keynote speakers on the screen. That's nice. I don't know. If someone, I haven't seen any question on the chat, but I will encourage people to openly state whatever they want, make any questions. In my case, I have a question. It's more, like what I found. It is both of you had in common in your ways of reasoning regarding kilometer zero, and this has had to do, of course, with the time, with what I was saying before about the idea of going back to the past and bringing something to the current situation, which is embedded in this kilometer zero concept. And I would say like crossing all the possibles and scales and conceptual situations. So from the very territorial ideas to the last micro situation or a particular study cases as the one that Hugo showed us. So, but at the same time, in all the examples we have seen, we have been merging like traditional ways of doing with a very modern language. Okay, so this is something that it's in your house in Betra, Hugo. So of course, I have the impression, you mentioned at a certain moment, it took us a long time to build the house, and it took us a long time to have the idea and make a project, because I wonder, in fact, I realized that it took you a long time, also a long time to learn all you needed to learn to build such a house with this whole with this part as a whole. And because there is some, like, we saw the working man then, and it took you a long time to learn to see how we could manage with this material, how to use it, etc. And the same applies to all the examples that Javier has been showing us, with this idea of like in the situation in Elche, also in the bridge, there is like a traditional way of doing in the terms of linking one thing with the other, and yes, like remaining a little bit rooted on the nature scale, etc. But at the same time, with a very modern language. And I would like to, to perhaps make a reflection on that. How is it possible? And until which limit do we go on with tradition recovery, and from which step should we walk on, should we walk forward in terms of modern language? Perhaps I was not clear enough, but I hope you understood.
Would you mind to start?
Yes, no, I think it was clear. I totally agree. I think this is the main, or one of the main key points. No, we cannot go further without learning from the past. No, it's not just trying to invent, as Hugo was saying. We didn't invent anything, and I think it's really nice the way of how he explained it. It's just much more about learning, but then do it by your own, or this reinterpretation about how that was established. I think it was the Corbusier who said that we need to learn so much from the past. Of course, we need to do this modern interpretation. We don't need to just copy, but it's much more about we cannot go forward if we don't learn. And in the case of my approach in terms of the relation between city and countryside, that is totally that way. Probably we need to learn a lot about this countryside, how they establish, how they manage with the views, the climatic conditions, as Hugo was explaining for the houses too, and then bring them back and try to not use of such technological issues. In some cases, much more about this way of understanding how we were living together. So I think it's much more that way of learning from the past that I think it's important.
Totally agree, Javier. I mean, learning from the past is we must. This is a must for us. We need it. We need it. In our case, was really interesting because we didn't for us was very important our economic resources at that project. When you don't have a lot of things, you must think and you need time. But I mean, that was a part of the project. We have another project that is not so. But in this case was so we started to think how can we manage it, and that was a big reason of our result maybe. And right. So time is also important.
And going a step forward, what about teaching this kind of way of doing architecture? Because behind all of this, there is a way of doing. There is a slow way of doing, of learning, of coming back to the history, learning from it. Also about researching local resources, knowing, like mastering the budgetary problems of a project, of a work, and therefore balancing what we know, what there is on place, and also the money we have to build. And how do we learn this? Because in my opinion, this is a very integrated way of teaching. The students need to know about many things. So it's not about, so my question is, how do you imagine teaching this on a design studio, scenario?
I would say that we can do a really good architecture without many things. We don't need many things. We need to think and to learn. To say before learning is very important. I'm not sure. So every project is different, of course. But to the end of the projects have a common connection in between, and there is time learning and how it's made is also very important. Where you are located. For example, this project not be possible here in Deutschland, of course. But they are other options for sure. And I don't know. I'm not sure. Also.
And in your case, Javier, because you teach as well as on a bachelor degree and a master degree, how would you approach the problem of teaching this kind of way of doing architecture?
Yeah, I think that's the question. The big question. How you manage to explain this? And I think that probably as we was explaining in the house, we could learn a lot in terms of the element that he was showing up. Probably the end part with the quote and what was the main reason. I will place that probably in the beginning. That we do it for people, and this social way of understanding architecture needs the comfortable spaces that we are creating for users. No, I think that becomes really the first step. All the elements that we need to learn for is trying to improve that approach in terms of how we manage. And all these ideas are I think trying to encourage us to bring this concept to get better architecture. Probably this kilometer zero idea, this local approach, this climate, understanding this way of doing things for people, this greenery interaction, the importance of nature, again, all these things. I think they are the ones that we need to play with to try to arrive to the students, understand that this new era has to do with all this. If we as Ivan was saying at the beginning, there is no planet B. So we need to understand that's for if we need to stay here in this planet somehow, needs to be with this playing card.
Yes, I was thinking in some exercises we did at a certain moment here in the School of Architecture of Valencia in the first year design studio, in which we limited the number of elements a student could play with during the design process. So because the first year student has no knowledge about the budget or how to manage the construction process, etc., at least we made this kind of exercise. But for us, it was more like a compositional exercise that's an approach to the real world. But then, after, for example, seeing what Hugo made with his house, one realized that this could be like a realistic situation in which what you have is a brick or two sorts of bricks. And of course, you have much more things, but it's much more expensive. So you need to keep it as a fundamental basis. And of course, I'm imagining that, in fact, this could happen every year. Something for the very first year, this kind of very short exercises in which we could be like teaching how to manage only with limited elements, but then also at the end, at a master degree, like a long process in which you reflect, you research on the piece of land you are acting. And this idea of landing in a more wider context, in a wide context in which you are learning from local resources, but only local knowledge and very particular things that will define your final product are all related with this kilometer zero. Also related, I was making the approach with the food, also is related to the slow food. In fact, because you take it as a slow process, as a short process. I don't know if you want to add something more. In fact, we have still time for more questions, and I don't know if the audience would like to ask something. No? No? Okay. So just a last question from my side. How would you do to, we've seen the example with the house. We've seen the example with, with territorial and urban scale. What other exercises or what other professional practices could happen related to this kilometer zero, such as, for example, collaborative processes, participatory processes, and how would you embed this in this way of doing? Have you ever managed something like this? Have you ever experienced? You mentioned, Javier, tactical urbanism. How do you transform what knowledge of people is raising with what the decisions of design you are making afterwards?
So I would say that this kilometer zero idea as a philosophical element that we were talking, that is this big range of things, could cover all of the scales, no? Basically from the main territory big one, but until the design one that we were showing with the time, that has to do with the one-to-one element. So I will say that in terms of design or thinking process, food you were talking about in the beginning with this cuisine or kitchen management. So many ways of trying to think of how we are going to relate with what we've got, no? As a complex idea that goes over all the scales, and I would say that probably all of the approaches. And in terms of participatory way, I think that's something that we need to bring in also as a social approach that we were talking. No? When we design, as was explaining, for a private client, no? We know who they are, they need, all these things. No? But when we talk about these public spaces, then that gets much more diffuse. And then I think if we are able to bring in these people, these neighbors, these actual users, and start to decide with them how we can manage all of this, definitely we are winning. It's a way of understanding much more how that's going to be used, for what purpose, what they actually like or dislike, and then that guarantees much more the exit of the success of the procedure. So I would say that in this case, again, it's totally welcome.
And Hugo, in your case, did you have any experience regarding participatory processes or any other, even, and I don't know, perhaps in Germany, that because you are switching between Spain and Germany, and perhaps we can also learn.
In my case, you said, Deborah, how important is the knowledge of the people, and for me was actually that say come to Germany. I try to stay close to the people. They can teach me something, and that situation, I think, for me, is every day happens. That I try to learn from the people. They know more than me, and I think this is evolution. This is normal, and if it's called kilometer zero knowledge, I think this is normal. This is for me happens every day.
That's nice to hear about that.
I don't myself, but
yes, for me, I mean, we have one question from Zhao, who is waiting. But for me, for example, this idea of participatory process is so natural and so logical. But the problem is how to transfer this knowledge you collect from them to a real design decision. But this is another topic. So perhaps Zhao Pedro, who is with us, wants to add some reflection.
I'm
very
sorry.
Much.
Hello.
No, thank you very much for coming up.
I have a technical question completely different from this to Hugo. Just curiosity, because you have three levels. Let's say the levels of the Windows, and then you have a slab which is made in brick or and then finally we have a slab. You have the beams that those beams that are over the openings. Then you have the beams that are in the ceiling. How did you do this bricks, let's say?
This is a question for our structural engineer. I can explain it, but I'm not. I mean, those beams, those bricks elements are supported by themselves. I mean, the beams at the top, those beams helps, but the ceramic elements are together. That was really the main point of our project. Actually,
suspended from those.
Yeah, they are suspending each other. So that was really that was not so easy to but we need it as concept, and we wanted no elements in the vertical, so we tried it, and was not so I mean, thinking it was complicated, but realizing it was really easy.
Because one of the most incredible you have in your project is those let's say being made by bricks define the space. Each compartment, but at the same time they are all connected. It's very interesting. And I wonder how is this on the air? So that's I was so curious. Sorry.
Can you? No problem. Can you send me more information if you want? It's no problem for me. Thank you very much for the question.
Can you hear me now?
Yeah.
Okay, I'm sorry.
Yeah.
I'm sorry, I had a technical problem. Okay, thank you. I am sorry, I had to just get out and come in. So, Joe, I lost the last part of your answer. I think if there is no more questions, that we can definitely make a break. So the second part of the session is scheduled as a workshop, and will start at 4 p.m. I think that on the agenda it is set 4:15, but if you don't mind, we can start before and take advantage of the full 2 hours that will remain for the session. So I will change to a cover image right now, and we will be back in less than half an hour, so we can have a coffee break, and for us also a lunch break, for us who are organizing the event. Thank you very much, and see you in a moment, okay? Thank you. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Juan, ¿está bien? ¿Qué necesitas?
No, nada, me va bien.
¿Necesitas que alguien te lleve a un sitio? ¿Te
No,
lleve un taxi, algo?
tengo mi coche, pero es mi madre, que es la que está en casa y está muy agobiada. Y no sé dónde está mi hermano.
Vale.
Lo siento.
No te preocupes, estamos Mario y yo, nos quedamos al frente de esto y ya está. ¿Quieres llevarte otro?
No necesito nada. Mi casa está por aquí, a ver qué. Lo siento, ¿cuándo puedo?
Por aquí, por la silla recta, y encontrarás unas escaleras como estas, simétricas, y vamos abajo. ¿Me cuentas, Vale, hasta ahora.
Hello. Well, welcome everyone. Can you hear me well?
Yes.
Yeah. So as Deborah already explained, we're going to do a workshop now to kind of ground the lectures that we just had and connect them with our collective knowledge, the kilometer zero material that we just discussed about. First, we will map our ideas and conceptions around the concept, and later we will bring them to a visual level. Before we start, we have to do the traditional introduction round, and I would like you to do it shortly, but to also connect your introduction to why are you interested in this topic, if you are, and if you're not, why you're not, why you're good at it. So I could name
today. Thank you. Maddie, next.
Thank you.
Camps include the use of local resources and natural laws, participation of local workers, the involvement of citizens, valorization of local know-how, and the supply of this to the aim of stimulating local economy and environmental. Thank you.
Ivan?
I have to because a couple of my friends are telling that the sound is terrible. We cannot hear anything. So perhaps on YouTube when you're streaming, it's not understood.
Yes. And also, sorry for the interruption, but it was basically my fault also because I have you all on the streaming channel. Now I have activated only 2 windows. For the one active speaker and for Mar who is conducting. So the rest of you will not be streaming and there will not be no disturbances. But please mute yourself while you are not talking. Okay, so thank you.
So Ivan.
Thank you. I will try to speak up and also make the audience understand much better. My name is Ivan Cabrera. I am an architect. I am professor of Technical University of Valencia, and I'm currently in the School of Architecture. My interests in pyramidal issues are double view. From one side, me as a practitioner, I assume that the best energy is the one that do not use, and the most adequate material is the one that not use. And from another very relevant point of view from my side, I am responsible for these people that are responsible for generations of architects. And I think that for me as a practitioner, this is very relevant to everybody. So that's why I like it as more possible in order to implement the adequate policy in the school to educate our thank you, Matt. Thank you, Matt. That's all from my side.
Thank you. Marianti?
Hello, everyone. Hello everyone, I am Mariante. I'm an architect based in Athens. I've studied National Technical University of Athens, and I also hold a master's there. Currently, I'm involved with the program for holistic assessment, cultural heritage interventions, and I'm particularly interested because the architecture is based on the research work Sophia project, where we see locality in terms of materials, in terms of cultural practices and human presence.
Thanks. Margarita?
Good afternoon, everyone. I am a PhD student in architecture and design and culture at the University of Bologna. My research focuses on data visualization and citizen science for the co-production of ecosystem services in the urban scale. So I have grounded not as a service designer. And the topic of the architecture from my side interesting because I work with the water practices, so the relation for me interesting because of the in the sense of human relation at the local scale. So that's all. Thank you.
Thanks. Elena?
Well, I'm receiving more messages. Apparently, there's not fixed. There are people they have some difficulty to understand. They can't hear anything.
Oh, there is no sound.
Okay.
On the YouTube.
Can you just hear me?
Message on the
Okay, I will just, I don't know how to solve it. I'm testing. So as far as it works, please tell me. Okay? Meanwhile, I understand that the situation is messy.
It's doubling.
Okay,
It's like an echo.
Two
streamings at the same time. Try to put only one window in the streaming, not Mar, just the one that is talking to see if he's that. But I don't think it's the mic because it's the two windows on the streaming. Try to put one, and we'll try to see. I will be in both of the computers. I will switch off the micro now. It's okay. Now it's okay.
Perfect. Well, thanks to your friends, Mahdi, for checking. Otherwise, we would have never noticed. Elena, you can start.
You can hear me? Is it working? Okay. Hi, I'm Elena. I am an architect. I graduated from National Technical University of Athens. I'm a working architect also in Athens. I'm interested in the topic because I'm a working architect and it's a very current topic, very interesting, and we should be ready for new buildings or reusing buildings, local materials and everything. Actually, it's a very current and interesting topic to know and be ready for. That's it from my side.
Thank you. Now I see some people that don't have the camera, but I don't know exactly who is going to take part of the break. So if you could just say, yes, I'm here, present, and introduce yourself. If anyone.
Well, my camera is switched on, so I don't know. You don't see me?
Yes, now yes. Yeah.
Okay, great. Should I introduce myself? Yes. Okay, I'm Lorella Mimetti, and I am a PhD student at the University of Bologna in architecture and design cultures. I am Margherita's colleague, actually. I have a slightly different background, as I have a master in interdisciplinary research and studies on Eastern Europe. And actually, I've been working previously in on migration issues, minorities issues, and social inclusion. And my recent interest in design culture is based my desire to analyze the project design, new co-design methodologies for strategic inclusion, especially through creativity and culture as tools for increasing community resilience. And this is also why I was interested in this NEB Goes South initiative, specifically for the geographical focus on the Southern European countries, but also for the proposed solution that must be not just sustainable, but I think also accessible and inclusive. Thank you.
Thanks. Anyone else without a camera? I see Anna Sopina.
Hi everyone, can you hear me and see me? Yes. My name is Anna Sopina and I'm an assistant and a PhD candidate at the University of Zagreb Faculty of Architecture at the Department of Urban Planning, Spatial Planning and Landscape Architecture. And in my PhD topic, professional experience and the teaching in the field of architecture and urbanism, my spatial interest is set on the reading of landscape, where architecture is understood as the structure, the representation, the culture of place, and thus the architecture exceeds the building itself and the influence it has on the immediate surrounding. So when I'm thinking about the zero-kilometer architecture, I think that we can go beyond the materialization of architecture. We can go beyond the principles of zero-kilometer materials, zero carbon, and zero waste, and where that space and landscape are non-renewable resources, that by reading the landscape, both urbanscape and naturalscape can be respected in order to develop architecture that can coexist with nature and thus contribute in sustainability and resilience. So much for me now. And also from the Faculty of Architecture in Zagreb, here is Ana Mrča, so maybe she can also present herself.
Good evening to all. Can you hear me?
Yes.
Okay, great. Hi, my name is Ana Mrča, and I'm, first of all, architect with a learner, and I work as an assistant professor at two faculties, the Faculty of Architecture and Agriculture, University of Zagreb. And I'm also Vice Dean for Science. And I would say that the topic that we brought here is quite important. And when I would say quite important, I would say that this is not the future, this is the past already starting. And at the moment, we have to rethink, we have to educate, we have to research the topic, and we have to improve the knowledge about it. And what is really important as an educator to give a space for our students to find themselves and to find why environmental protection, why productive future, why new perspectives, and are quite important in really improving what is the basic, and this is everyday life. Because we, first of all, are the builders. We change the environment, and we need to be really, really, really aware of how is that happening, because sometimes there's no need for change. We have to invest in what we already have and improve it, maybe to show how it really good is. So as a little bit as a reminder of what we already have. So thank you, and I'm really happy to be here, and the lectures that we heard were really good and really interesting, and let us see what will come in the future.
Perfect. I see some people that are on the list but haven't talked. So if anybody is listening, wants to introduce themselves, go ahead. And if not, let's start with the workshop. Maybe I see Teresa. I see Joe Pedro Xavier. Okay. Perfect. Perfect. Okay, then I guess we're complete. Well, we are going to work with Miro. I will send the link. I don't know if all of you know how to use this software. That's not a problem. You can start testing it around. I'll send the link to see if it works. And if somebody doesn't know how to go around or doesn't want to, we can help you. We can solve doubts, or we could even lead you through it. So let me know if you can come in and start testing. The idea is that we will start with the top part with this post-it. So the only thing that you need to do is fill in these post-its. So I will share it. So then I can also bring the mouse to my view. Do you see the board now? I see some people are in already. You don't necessarily need to have an account, but if you do, that's better, because then I can see your name and help you. I see we're with 8 people. It's very simple. If you want to add something, you type inside the post-it and you write. You don't have any more post-it. You don't have any more copy and paste. You can copy any other app, like any other app, or you can drag out and then you also copy. We have introduced some categories that I will but we are open to other categories, other themes. That's why there's some open ones. You can move them around, but preferably keeping some kind of structure following the colors. We propose to look at the what, the why, and the how, and the pros and the cons, and any other topic, as I said. And the first part, we could start with, you've had very interesting introductions about why you think this is important, how this relates to your research. So I would like to invite you to start filling in these post-its with all of the ideas that you had before today and that you have developed through the lectures and the conversations today. I see that we're 7 now, and we used to be 8. So I'm not sure if anybody's having problems in accessing the Miro board.
Okay. I am struggling with a user account, so it might be me, but I'm not sure, Matt.
If you have for anybody, if you have a problem with opening the link, copy it maybe in another browser. Because maybe you have already used it, I don't know, in Safari, and then if you use it with Chrome, then you can also use it directly on the website. You don't need to download the app.
Okay.
For the ones already in, you could start typing if you want, or ask any Any questions?
Now that's...
Yeah. I see 11 people now.
Madre de Dios.
Yes. This part of the workshop can be in silence, but doesn't need to be. So if anybody wants to say something, wants to ask something,
it's very welcome.
Yeah. As we were saying, silence is sometimes difficult in our culture.
Can also put music and background.
I see some categories are filling up quite quickly. Of course, as I said, we propose these topics, but are there any other topics, any other questions that you would like to introduce in the purple or the green? Just feel free. I'm thinking about we're talking what, why, how, but we could have, yeah. I see somebody already taking over. For example, even the who, what kind of partners, what kind of stakeholders should be responsible for this kilometer zero architecture? What we were talking about, collective knowledge, and if it's something that should be top down, bottom up, that could be another topic. Also, when you're browsing around, if you see some post-its that overlap, maybe feel free to reshape them, put them together, cluster them in another layer of classification.
You know, I think it's not just of me being a beginner with Miro. The fact is, Mark, that I'm using quite an old laptop, which I'm still using it because it works okay, but it seems that today it has stopped working okay. I think it is too much for it.
Yeah, it's true that Miro also consumes a lot of energy from Yeah, I see a very interesting comment here on the con, on that this approach is maybe not applicable in other territories. There's another layer will be the where. We're talking about the south of Europe, and there was a question also of Deborah to Hugo, how does this relate to this kilometer zero in the north of Europe? So that's another aspect that we could look into. Should it be everywhere? Is it the same in different scales, urban and rural?
It seems to have been able to stick something.
Oh yeah, I see you with your name. Great. Yeah. I see a new category on the green post-it. Could somebody give that a title? Maybe somebody who filled in those post-its? It's quite clear that we see a lot of reasons why we should be doing it. I see that quite some people are still adding information. But others are done. Maybe the ones that have already gone through all the categories could now take a critical look to what has been written. And as I said, maybe gather them in topics or even react to something that they have read in another category. So adding another layer to this first impression. For example, I can imagine that there's a section that is further questions. So, and there are some questions thrown into the air. Maybe somebody can already propose an answer in another category in the last few minutes that we have. So Clara and Anna are typing the last post-it. Would anybody want to already give a first reaction to this exercise, this extensive mapping? What do you see? What do you not see? Do you think that we're covering? Did you expect that this topic could have so many different readings from all the different backgrounds? I guess nobody feels attracted to the question. Well, then we can. Oh, I see that there's already a couple of people writing. Then I will give maybe my reading. First, I didn't expect so many different perspectives. I think there's a lot of layers. Of course, knowing now after your introductions, I see there's very different backgrounds, and that also implies different understandings of what kilometer zero architecture is. I think, as I proposed in the exercise, there's another step that could be done to distillate even more this into another layer, and that's what we will try to do in the next exercise. What's clear from this is that we all have different images of what this kilometer zero architecture is. Some more focused on the built object and its materialization, others more on the process, context or technology. And that's what we want to do in the next exercise. If you scroll down to the second board, now you're following me. In this activity, what we propose is to have a cross reading of this topic. That means many of you have been in the other events, and there were other topics. So in Athens, it was designing with landscape. In Porto, it was the question of housing. Zagreb, framing connectivity. Bologna, the myotics of the city. This one, the kilometer zero architecture, and then in Toulouse, the next one will be the biosource architecture. So what we would like here is to connect images. These images are images that you could, I was looking if somebody was busy up there, but no. Some images that you can already have on your computer. You can Google them. Feel free to turn this into a collage moment. So relating the topic of kilometer zero architecture to this other topic. So what does kilometer zero architecture mean in designing landscapes, in housing, in collectivity, public buildings, in the urban scale, and then later in this more geo-biosource layer. So I'm not sure if you have experience with this, but you can drop images directly here, resize them, and give them a text to this post-it. If you don't manage for whatever reason, drop them in the chat, and I will do that for you. Just tell me in which category you would like them to be. And in this one, the idea is that you really go creative and make the connections between categories. What we look for here is to be able to collectively understand what are these different meanings of kilometer zero in the different scales of the city. Is it clear? Do you have any questions or any questions about the previous activity? Mm-hmm. Yeah. Yeah. No, I completely agree. That's why I was inviting people to sum up things or to because I also think, oh, there's a lot of information. I didn't expect this amount of input. So that means it's such a fruitful topic. So we can do it now if anybody wants to kick stuff, or later, and then we connect the images and the words. Do the participants agree? Perfect.
I think we can do after. What do you?
Perfect.
Mar, I don't know how to paste an images because I'm not familiar with Miro, and I would like to copy an images on the other scheme that you just showed to us underneath this that you.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah. Okay.
It should also work if you just Control C and Control V in the Miro. good to see that it's populating so quickly. Some of you are adding titles to the pictures, and that's a great idea. So I would invite all of the participants
to do that, so we can
also frame the reference in time and space,
or in
whatever other dimension that you think it's important that we look at the image from.
You could also support the images maybe with of text, but I think we already have enough text
in the top layer. I see so far a gap in the question of housing. Is there a reason for this? Can anybody explain why they don't see yet references? Can we help with that?
I was trying to find an image to put there.
Okay. Because some are populating quickly and others not. So that also explains things.
So, Mar, Deborah, I'm afraid I have to leave you because my email is boiling with some end of the year issues, and one of them requires to be attended immediately. So I am very sorry, but I have to leave 45 minutes before scheduled, but I do wish you a fruitful end of the session, and I will pay attention to the results, okay?
Thank you. Thanks for your input.
Thank you, Deborah. And Mar, I look forward to seeing you again in Valencia.
Thank you. Hope so too.
Bye to everybody.
Bye. I can see some images that don't have a reference. So if you could add a title, that would be great. I see that it's becoming calmer. I see less movement. Do you need more time, or were you able to put all the references? Perfect. Deborah, it says on the chat that the recording is stopped. Was that on purpose? I don't know. Okay. 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 Okay.
Mark, I also have a point to make. I think it's a lot of silence word.
Again, sorry, I cannot hear you.
I said, don't that there is a lot of silence for those who are attending, watching this.
Yeah. Well, then I see that maybe you can be the first volunteer to explain the references that you put. There's somebody still typing, but well, the last couple of pictures and notes are on. We could move towards bringing all of these together. So there's a lot of post-its and there are some images, and I think we could do a round. So all of you create your narrative with these post-its and pictures. It doesn't need to be very long, but connect all of these ideas, not only the ones that you already had before, but the ones that we together built here. So react on other post-its, react on other images, and if you can, but this is off the script, but I think because it's so full of content, the session ended up being so full of content, and all of you seem to be doing quite well with Miro. I would invite you to connect the post-its and the images. So what I'm going to do is now Anna is typing the last thing. I'm going to copy all of this.
Mar, sorry, I have another technical issue.
Yeah, tell me.
I don't know how to add the notes, the capture.
Yeah.
Okay, again, because here I had, but came out as a note, you know, but I copy and paste. I dial it on Word and I will do it. Turn down my hands.
So I'm copying it also, so you can use it as a base.
That will be great. Much easier if you do that. Then I can.
Yeah. So you just double click where the text is.
Yeah. Okay. Thank you.
Great. Then we are coming towards a very complete board. So once it's complete, what I was gonna propose to you is to take another step and mess it up. Now it seems like we're still, most of us, in our frame, and the frame that we came in, the university that we come from, and the ideas that we already had before. So what I'm gonna do is copy all of this next to it, and then we can start really collaging. So for example, I would take this post-it, connect it to this reference, and then this would be part of my story. You can do this, or you can just make your story with words. It's not necessary, but if you would be able to connect the post-its and images, that would help kind of creating a short slideshow of your understanding of this. We are now 21, so we still have like 15 to 20 minutes to do this last round, and we are with 9 active participants. So I would invite you to do it in like 2 minutes per person max. It's quite short, but try to do a couple of phrases explaining the input that you had here and connecting it to the images. Is it clear? Is it something that you think can be interesting?
Yeah, I agree.
So wait, if anybody could leave all of the elements so I can copy them. So leave everything that you're doing for some seconds, and then I'll copy it. So at least this one stays in the way it is.
It's too funny. That's why no one stops.
Yeah, no, I'm excited that you love it. It's one of the most efficient workshops I've done in my life. Everybody's going for it. Like, wow. I'm going to invite you to more workshops.
Yeah, we should stay all night long.
Okay, so now I've copied all the filling to the right. Start connecting, making groups, make your own little home where you connect ideas, use arrows or whatever other kind of tools that you find on Miro. And if you don't feel like doing it on Miro, just write it up on your mind or on your paper. And then I can give you, I know it's very quick, but you are very efficient, guys. In 2 minutes, we can start with a round.
Sorry, Mar, what group of contents we should use to connect them? With the one with the board or the one without the board?
So now to the right, I've copied all of the content.
Yeah.
And what I'm proposing is that you break the questions, the themes, and make your own theme. So, for example, I could write here, Mar.
Okay.
And then I would put this posture, and then maybe an arrow connecting them, and add some text in the arrow saying, I don't know, why I think it's important, why it's important.
Okay, thank you.
It's going to become messy, but that's what we want to map, how all of it is related, to break the boxes. And if some of the images of our post-its that you want to use are already taken, I would invite you to put an arrow. So we can also see this, the complexity, how you're taken from others and how it builds. So try not to copy if you can. A good way of stopping others from stealing things from you is to lock them. So if you have an image and you click on them, you see a tiny lock. That can also be a way of starting to put the structure of your... Somebody was going to say something.
Well, I was saying that that was me, that I copied an arrow because I didn't know how to make it. Okay,
Oh, perfect.
I'll do it again.
Okay, so I know it's really quick, but we need to spice it up now. I'm going to give you 1 more minute to quickly collect things, and then we start talking. Okay. So now, before other people have to leave, let's wrap it up. Hands off the middle. I think now it would be a good idea to do a quick round. 1.5 minutes, 90 seconds each person. And I'm gonna keep the time because we need to go on time to the closing words. Do you see my screen? All of you see my screen still?
Yeah.
Okay. So let's start. Maybe you, Francesco, that you seem to be less silent than the others. You can start.
If you want, yes, I can start with 90 seconds. Very
Yes.
fast.
Can also be 1 minute, no worries.
Thank you for this game. Enjoy it a lot. You know, it would be nice then to have it print in order to have a better vision of all the things and the connection. You know, I put 4 images related to the research we are doing in our school about learning from the towns, the maiotica of the towns. So I put a picture of Palermo, the Orto Botanico, in which there is the great explosion of the nature, but connected to some industrial sites. So it shows the complexities of the 20th century towns that need to be found in a sort of agreement between the modernities and the new issue of the climate change. Then there is Barletta with a great urban pedestrian walls inside the dense town, so where there is no green spot, but it's still a very elaborate place where people can, children play, people talk during the evening or staying outside of the house to have a sense of community. So probably this could be a sort of input that we can have from the town. Then the other images is a collage we did in Tivoli that was a magnificent place, but destroyed by the speculation, destroyed by the unknowledge about this site. Then in the landscape, I put 40 images of a Aniene Valley that now is an industrial, a former industrial area. It's down below these images that could be transformed again into an agricultural place where they look again fruit, vegetables, how it was World War II, because the all industrial activities are expired, and there is a big issue of ecological problems, and at the same time a problem of unemployed people that lives there because the places are not. So to have a high quality vegetable growth to give you sense of belonging to that site. That's it. Thank you.
Perfect. Thank you. Thanks a lot. I would invite also the people after to, as I said, like not confront, but react to what others are saying, maybe reference to other images that they have seen, whether they agree or disagree, or they raise some questions. Anybody wants to go next? Okay, then I'll point. Mahdi?
I was going to say that, yeah, I will go.
Could you put the speaker a bit closer to your mouth, because we cannot really hear you properly?
How is it now? It's better?
Better, yeah. Then your friends' fans will be happy.
Very well. Let me actually provoke you a little bit more. I think it was an interesting exercise, and the session was also interesting. But there are a number of points which I would like to bring up regarding the one also. I think it's very easy to logically talk about the harms of smoking to someone who's smoking. But it is very hard to convince that person. And I think a lot of rhetoric, which is around zero-kilometer architecture or construction or sustainability, etc., is exactly this issue that we are dealing with. That's why we did the first exercise. I have added parties. I don't think that it is a question that is only limited to the School of Architecture or what architects are to make as decisions. I think it's a very, very multidisciplinary topic that requires many other parties as well. I think it was Professor Deborah Domingo, which has asked the question in the first half of the session before the coffee break. She said that how can we actually make an impact on the society regarding this topic? And I think that it was an excellent question, which we didn't discuss it in depth, which really merited to be discussed in depth. There are 4 steps in order to have the impact. First, there is a worry, preocupación, worry. This worry should later on translate to a discourse, then it becomes a movement, and then finally it should be implemented. I don't think what we are talking about is a question of what or why or pros. It's very easy to convince people about the pros of kilometer zero architecture, but it's really a question of how we will achieve this goal, how we will be able to convince the society or actually make it to a movement. I know I have only a couple of seconds left, but perhaps it's a question that should be discussed in more in depth. Perhaps we should have had this session with some politicians involving lawmakers, public sectors, economic, socialists, etc., and not only schools of architecture. I try to provoke you, and I hope you could understand that I try to open a new perspective.
No, I think this is great, and I really appreciate it. Yeah. Could you nominate someone else, maybe to respond to your provocation? Challenge somebody.
I can go if you want, because I agree to what you have just said, and also in the examples I have put into this exercise, they were characterized by an involvement of different, very different group of actors that are not necessarily related to architecture or design. I mean, the role of planners, architects, and designers in this kind of process, in my opinion, should be a role as mediator and sometimes facilitator. It's not always necessary to build something new. I've put quite a few examples, but one that I think it's interesting from this perspective is in the section of Kilometer Zero, and is the example of Piazza Rossini in Bologna, which was a project of urban acupuncture that was made during a Horizon 2020 project. The case study was the area of in which there is the university in Bologna, and the problem of this area was that there were a lack of common public spaces, which is strange because there are a lot of students, but the common spaces for students were not public, but most related to university. And in this project, there was a parking in this little place, and they put greenery, temporary greenery for 2 weeks or something like that in 2019. And the participation of, it was not formalized or a requested participation. They just put greenery as a somehow also a provocation, but the participation of citizens and students was so important that the municipality decided to permanently put a place, a square in this area that was a parking. Now we are waiting for the permanent intervention by the municipality, but and there is still a new green intervention that will last for some months. But yeah, I think that is an interesting examples of how the different actors, planners, citizens, institutions, other entities have to collaborate to create spaces that are effectively useful or yes, useful for the communities that live in the contexts of interest.
I partially agree, but I think that we, as architects, we have to give answer to the needs of the citizens in terms of forms. The name itself, architetto, means the chief of the roof, let's say, originally. So it's to give forms. Facilitator, yes, of course, but could be another figure. We, as an architect, because of the autonomy of the architecture, is to invent forms that could be invent places where the people can live and can do bad forms or good forms. That's it. Thank you. The citizens need to tell us what they want, and we have to give answers.
But sometimes citizens don't know what they want to. They need to be helped by the architects, and architects sometimes they are facilitators. I put the two examples that I put it in the question of housing were about the ilhas from Porto that are it's down low income houses. And the upper picture is transforming recently. The other one is a new project done in the 70s by Álvaro Siza, and then finished in 2000. But it is the same idea. How we can read what we have, and with the deep knowledge of what we have, we can promote other things. And I think in this project, the projects of SAL during the 70s, the architects or the ones that talk with the population, that to know what they need, of what could be housing for them, because we were coming out of a time that people had low expectation about housing. So I think architects are important as people also. I don't know who wants to follow.
You could maybe just name somebody that you know or that you don't know.
No, it's someone I don't know, because the one I knew already talk. It was Madi. I don't know. Maybe I'm seeing this in a very small. Maybe Hannah.
Which one? There are two of Annas here.
Can be you, because I could not.
You could give a combined Zagreb
overview. Yes, two Annas from Zagreb and from the faculty. I have to agree that architects also have to think that they're also participants in space, and they are in some places maybe the locals or the ones who maybe understand the place more, who have the knowledge of the identity that the place holds, and that can maybe help the wider community to accept the new ideas of the zero architecture and all the other notions that the zero architecture relates to. So this is also something that that we can find as an aim as an architect, also to spread the knowledge, the awareness, and the identity of the place. And I have to say, it is very nice to see that some of the ideas that maybe I relate to more are also regarded by other participants, and that we as a collective, as a small collective now, really really expanded the knowledge for now. And maybe the other Anna would also like to add something.
Thank you. I think you said it really nicely, that it is quite important for us not to be just the ones who are officially changing the space, but also the ones who live in this space. And it is quite important for us to be the participants in the space and to be the ones who acknowledge that we have to live it in a way that we are not just creating something new and something beautiful, but not thinking how the space looks as it is now. I would say that the images that are put here in our panel are most of the images that are showing the exact projects that are made from recycled or reused, whether the materials or the history identity. What is quite important that most of those projects, in fact, are the projects on non-open spaces, but the involvement in architecture that are put in those spaces created the open spaces and created the new spaces for public, the new spaces for participants that can really enjoy, use, and actively with their presence there change the space. So I would say that it's quite important for us as architects to think first of all of us, of people who will use the space and then create it that way. Okay, I think I used the space.
Maybe Marianti or Elena, somebody from Greece.
Yes. Yes. I can start, Elena. You can follow as well. And follow and building on what was said from the previous speakers before me. Yeah, locals and everything concerned with the environment, their environment is very important to be heard and to actually contribute to the whole strategizing of what we do with the place. And this was actually the case also for Philopapos Hill in Athens, which is another place of controversy between locals and the state in this case, because it's also an archaeological site. So what happens is that the citizens, the locals, have gathered and made like a team of locals for Philopapos Hill, and they they are in discussion with administration and the ministry and everything, and they're getting very, very involved with the hill. So this is another example where, you know, things shape up by their own, like people team up and try to take part of the decision making for their own local areas. So this is quite encouraging for me. The local participation. So I guess at that matter, I have to contribute that from the part of Athens, I guess. And also I think Elena has another example that participatory approach from the part of the locals, kind of we generated a place, a park in Athens, which is very important. Can you hear me?
Yeah.
Okay.
Great transition. I think Mariante's examples and mine are very complementing each other, and that's very funny, but we are from the same university, so it might make sense. So if you go, I've written my name on the example image, if you go on the right, kind of in the center a bit. This is the Navarino Park, and it was not actually designed as a design from one architect, so I don't know if it's a very successful example as to see what architects can do, but it's an example of what a local community could do. So there are a lot of things to say about this. One thing to say is that it was a parking space before, and the local community changed that to make a park for also like a playground, but they also formed the landscape and made this hill, if you see on the back, and you have movies and trees and plants, and just to have a nice space within the city, because as you can see, everything is built around there, and we don't have lots of green spaces within the city center. So I've wrote other things, but to keep it short, I took some post-its that I found from other participants and kind of linked them to this image. Also, someone wrote how to fight against business lobbies in the sector. As far as I understood, this is also something that initiatives like that can kind of contradict this. Obviously, enhancing the feeling of belonging and collaboration. But there was also an issue in this park in terms of how you can sustain this, and safety issues also, and how to be clean. So that's also maybe another con that we should think about, how to maintain something. And maybe it's people are maybe getting tired of having to maintain a park like that. I've also put some other things here and there, but I don't know if there's enough time. I'm just a bit sad that I didn't have the time to read everyone's post-it because there were so many, but please feel free to comment on the image that I shared.
I think that's a good proposition that you're throwing there, and is that the board will be available for all of you to look at it. So we're not taking it anywhere. So keep the link and think about it. And of course, if you want, email somebody about it, and you can start your own line of thought of this. Thanks, Elena. Is there anybody who hasn't talked or who has something? I think NEB hasn't talked, or anybody in the background that wants to have a last word? Perfect. Well, I have to congratulate all of you for being so efficient and so on time and so enthusiastic and putting so much content on the board. We are delighted to see that. I think we could have we have enough content to go for another half an hour, 45 minutes, but it is great to leave it at this point where we're all challenging our concepts of kilometer zero, and there's so much more that we would like to say, to write, to read, to connect. That means that there is ground for discussion for the next time that we meet, and at some point even in person. So again, thanks for all of the content. The meetup will stay there. We will reorganize and connect and make it also more of a final product. And now Deborah will take over.
mistakes with this, and it's difficult for me. So I am going to think that, and please tell me if you see me double or whatever is happening on the YouTube and I'm not controlling, because being on both sides at the same time is difficult for me. Let's see. I'm supposed to be the active speaker, so I'm supposed to be.
I don't think it's on YouTube, but it's
it's probably a problem on my computer.
Okay, now that you're talking, for example, I can see you, but in my case, I don't know why I'm not seeing myself. I mean, it's so difficult for me each time to.
Yes, just a minute.
It's exhausting. I am exhausted of that. Let's see. Okay, now I think it's okay. So I'm here on the channel alone, and I was saying thanks to Mar. I was saying thanks to all of you because of this participation, and I will like to now go to the closing part of this session today. It's the turn for Rémi Papillot, who will be announcing the next new European Bauhaus Goes South event in Toulouse. So Rémi, the floor is yours. If I can switch you to the YouTube channel. Okay, please.
Thank you, Deborah.
Yes, switch on your camera if you don't mind. Otherwise, we see only a kind of blue screen. So do you have your camera? And please, yes, I don't see you.
My camera is not normally. My camera is not normally. Do you see me?
No, we see a blue Teams cover with many stars flowing. But we can hear you.
I see you.
Okay, but I am okay. I'm doing something. No, I am just. No, I am just switching to you on my. Yes. We can see you.
Is channel or no?
We have done with the new Bauhaus Goes South, and the title of the session in Toulouse on 28th of January in the afternoon. It's a Friday. The title is Geo-Biosourced Material, Channels and Standards in Southern Europe. In the current context of our society, it is a question of considering the paradigm shift in the act of designing and building an architectural project. And during the 20th century, and with the advent of globalization, a way of approaching the question of construction was developed in a deterritorialized approach, considering it was sufficient to help oneself to the global supermarket of material. Today, the urgency of the ecological transition leads us to the imperative need to build low carbon and to reconsider our territories by investing in the potential of local resources that have historical and geographical legitimacy. In fact, it is a question of fighting against the submission to industrialized technique, standards, and universal chain. We stand to standardize all territories. We defend the idea of using local resources and skills. It's a question social, cultural, and of course, political. So for us, the question of this meeting in end of January will be in what way can we innovate it in the use of geo-sourced natural resource produced and transformed in a short circuits in our South European territories, not so far from kilometer zero. It is a question of industries, of course, and a question of short circuits and a question of certification. You have to understand that it is more easy actually in south of France to use wood for architecture who pass through China than to use French wood. Maybe it's the same in for all your countries. We will discuss about that. For us, this is one of the important questions to address for the new Bauhaus Goes South. This is what we invite you to do, to discuss. On Friday 28, with the exploration of three very classical geo-biosourced channel, wood channel, earth channel, and stone channel. We will share with all the partners of the new Bauhaus from different countries, and we will see if we have the same problem and maybe the same solution that we can use for that. So until this meeting, we wish you happy holidays to all of you for the end of the year. That's it, Deborah.
Thank you very much. This is my last.
Your micro.
Sorry. Yes. Sorry. I'm always switching from one another and having problems. Because can you hear me now? Can you hear me now? It would be nice also if you could see me. On YouTube channel.
We see you.
Yes, nice.
We see you.
No. Okay. Now I think that you can.
Okay.
Is it okay? Yes. Hope so.
It was.
Okay. Okay. Now I think that you can hear me and you can see me in both the Teams channel and the YouTube streaming. I hope so. I would like to thank you everyone for this event, for participating, for collaborating in this event. We have had what was for me a very enriching session. First of all, with the two keynote speakers that addressed the complexity and also the conceptual approach of the topic. And during the workshop, I was saying before that I was a little bit overwhelmed because we had much more than expected, and this is going to be reflected somehow in the publication we are going to address for this event, the one that will be, of course, included in the general publication that we will do after all this series of events. So we will ask all the participants perhaps to contribute also in a kind of collaborative texting, and I am exhausted, and at the same time I am excited because all we had, and I would like to make, if possible, a sort of comparative with something that was addressed many years ago by Kenneth Frampton. I remember the 60s and 70s architecture, this architecture that was called or labeled as New Brutalism, and I remember this well-known Kenneth Frampton book saying, is this aesthetic or is this an ethic position? And I believe that he was, of course, he was in a way defending the approach of a ethics position in architecture, and with this brutalism and not an aesthetic position. And I think we are in a way in a parallel discussion, because something that we have addressed today is something that relates to community, to public policies, to architects as mediators, facilitators. We talk about awareness, we talk about cultural identity, reconversion, bringing back the nature, bringing back all the local knowledge, etc. And what we have not seen at all is star architects. We have not seen at all technified architecture. We have not seen at all very expensive architecture or singular solo architecture pieces. So is this perhaps something about, you know, at least doing a change on the way we consider the profession, on the way we on how we should be practicing? And I see this kind of change, and it's not only about Kilometer Zero that I'm talking now. It's in general about what is happening in this group called New European Bauhaus Goes South, that could perhaps be happening also in the Nordic New European Bauhaus or in the East group, etc. Is that with this idea of redefining collectively, beautifully, and together, I mean, and sustainable, we are sort of redefining architecture in a new, I think, in a new wave, in a new era. And I hope this discussion, even if it has been like with a lot of mistakes recorded on YouTube, will help for further discussion in the following events. That's all. Thank you very much once again, and hope to see you in the next event in Toulouse, which I'm looking forward to participate in. Thank you.
Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Bye.
Thank you.
Thank you very much, and congratulations, Deborah.
Thank you.
Deborah.